Second try. Closed session is now in order. We start with the pledge. Oh, no, roll call, sorry.
Councilmember Bonner, absent. Councilmember Jimenez, absent. Councilmember Robinson? Here. Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Here.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. Would you read off the items? And let it be noted that Councilmember Sahela Bana is now here.
Yes. The items to be discussed in this evening's closed session are conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Alonzo Shelton versus City of Richmond et al., Winehaven Legacy LLC versus City of Richmond et al., Point Richmond Alliance versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus City of Richmond et al., conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Item C3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case. Item C4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case.
All right. Do we have public comment?
We do not have any speakers requesting to speak tonight.
Well, with no public speakers, then public speaking is closed, and we will now adjourn to closed session. allegiance. Thank you. The Richmond City Council is now in order. May we have the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bana.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez will be absent the entire meeting. Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Here.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Next item, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Oh, yes. Councilmember Robinson?
I have a conflict on item P9A.
All right. Any others? If not, let's move on.
The next item is agenda review.
Councilmember Bana asked me to move L, report from the city manager, before the report for the, wait a minute, I'm sorry. You said L and M. You wanted item M, reports of officers, referrals to staff and general reports, including AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports, to be moved before the report from the city manager.
Thank you.
Any other changes? If not, we're good to go.
The next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, the items in the closed session agenda. The first item, Shelton versus City of Richmond. We gave a status report, and the council unanimously directed the attorney to proceed with settlement. On the Winehaven Legacy versus Richmond, we gave a status report on that item. There was no reportable action taken. With respect to the Alliance versus City of Richmond, we gave a status report on that litigation. Again, there was no reportable action taken. On Giddyville versus City of Richmond, we discussed the settlement of that matter. The council gave direction, and that item will be on a future agenda for public action. With regards to the labor negotiations, C2, all the items listed there, we gave a status report. The council directed further negotiations, and the items will be coming forward for public action. The one case, C3, the anticipated litigation, one matter, we gave a status report. There was no reportable action taken. The last item, which was anticipated litigation, C4, that item was not discussed. That's the report.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is the reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports.
All right. Melvin, do you have, I'm sorry, Councilmember Willis.
I did have a report, but I wasn't prepared to speak, but I'll report now. A couple reports. One is I attended a meeting with the 23rd Street merchants last Wednesday related to some negative activity that's been happening. We had a couple of shootings that happened in the area, and we were meeting with city staff just to go over like what those issues are and have a collaborative relationship on different ways and strategies that the city is working to address them while fielding their concerns and following up with them. And in more positive news, I did attend the Richmond Main Street Spirit and Soul event that happened last Saturday, which was a fantastic event. It's just was great to see downtown Richmond just alive with car shows, vendors, performances, dance, and Richmond Main Street was celebrating their 15th anniversary, and at the same time, Richmond Soul was helping volunteer, and they were celebrating their 20th anniversary. So, it was just good to see downtown Richmond, and as I said at the event, it's, a good vision on what downtown Richmond could look like every single day as opposed to just once a year when a special event happens. So just kind of holding on to that vision and figuring out how are we as a community building towards that being a day-to-day thing and not just a special occasion here and there. And those are my reports for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I'm glad to report that we had a wonderful event on the National Fire Safety Week at Fire Station number 63. It was attended by around 300 people. There were informational tables about fire safety. There were demonstrations by firefighters and the Youth Academy, and there were tours of the fire station. There were prizes, food, music. One neighbor told me she had lived in the neighborhood for 48 years. It was the first community event of the type she attended. People absolutely loved it. I just wanted to thank our fire department, especially Chief Montoya, who has been working very closely with the community. It's our second annual open house at Fire Station 63. We hope to expand it to other fire stations next year and also to other cities. We also have had 2 annual fire drills. There were teams from emergency communication, from CERT. Again, fire department works very closely with those grassroots community groups and has good connections to the community, which is awesome. I also would like to thank our battalion chief Woodards, who arranged the whole thing, Captain Balcom at the Station 63, and also battalion chief Rincon, who was not involved but showed up with his family and had a good time. I would like to especially thank Richmond Youth Academy. They were wonderful. They did some of the demonstrations for AAD, CPR. They helped with everything from setup to cleanup, demonstrations, tours of the firehouse. People loved them, especially the fact that there were 2 female cadets in the Youth Academy. I would like to also thank all the volunteers that helped us, in addition to the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council. It was also attended in addition to the community members. We had some of our sponsors showed up, and we're thankful to the businesses that sponsored the event. We had for example, chair of the Rodeo Hercules Fire Prevention District, Marie Bowman, came to the event and invited us to have a table at their open house. Mayor of Pinole attended the event, invited us to start an open house in the city of Pinole. And by the way, the city of Pinole is kindly giving a proclamation to the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council tonight. That's why I'll be disappearing momentarily to attend their city council meeting by Zoom and receive the proclamation. We had the executive director of CARE, Measure X representative, and many other people. So just wanted to give you the good news that we'll be coming to a fire station near your neighborhood next year. And thank you everyone for attending.
Actually, Councilmember Robinson, do you have anything to report? No? Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to say I also was at the Spirit and Soul Festival. It was a great experience. Thank you to all the organizers. I also want to announce that next Saturday on October 21st from 1 to 4, there will be a town hall on homelessness at the El Sobrani United Methodist Church at 5151 Argyle Road in El Sobrani. John Joya will be speaking. Michelle Milam will be speaking, sharing about projects for the unhoused already in place. And then we'll also be discussing, of course, future ideas. And Councilmember Bana and myself and 7 others who were on the trip to Austin, Texas to see the Community First Village will be will be on a panel to have this discussion with the community at large. Everyone is invited. It's both in person and by Zoom. I also want to say that the situation in the Middle East, that the killings on both sides is heartbreaking. But I also want to say that the scale of retaliation by Israel is dehumanizing, brutal, and cruel. It's a dire situation. The population of Gaza is blocked in by Israel with no food, no water, no medicine, no electricity. Half the population of Gaza are children. Just today, a hospital was hit. More than 500 Gazans were killed, a lot of them children. Likely 800 to 1,000, once the count is completed, will be among the dead. Already, over 3,000 Gazans were killed before today and over 7,000 injured. So this situation needs to change. We need to call for an immediate ceasefire and immediate humanitarian aid to Gaza, and talks need to occur to end the 75-year occupation of Israel. This discussion needs to happen with all parties. So with that, I want to ask the community to contact President Biden by email, by phone, his office, contact Congressman Garamendi, Senators Padilla, Senator Butler, attend rallies, marches all over the world. People are standing up, talking about how horrible this situation is, so people need to speak out. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to start with thanking our various fire departments that last week went out to the Stenmark fire and helped put it out. I understand that it was not just our fire departments, but we also had assistance from the county, Chevron's fire department, El Cerrito fire department, and again, Richmond's fire department. They all helped contain and put the fire out. For those of you who might have not known, the fire occurred last week on Stenmark in Point Malati. So I want to thank them for their service and putting the fire out quickly and getting the people out safely. The other, staying on the fire department topic, they are doing a fundraiser. They are selling T-shirts, Local 188, to bring awareness to breast cancer. So if you would like to support them, reach out to them and purchase a T-shirt. And last week, the mayor and myself, along with a few others from Richmond, we went to China to celebrate our 30th anniversary sister city relationship with them. What I can say there, we learned a lot. We have a lot of ideas. I already gave the heads up to the city manager. Everywhere we looked, there was a lot of really great ideas that we took from there. Looking forward to a really great partnership with them as we continue with our Green-Blue deal. They have a lot of really great ideas there. And they knew Richmond's history. They have a museum. When we were going to their museum to talk about the sister cities, I figured they were going to have a plaque that just says here was Richmond. They have rows of Richmond's history from the very first signing. They knew many of our council members from many, many years ago. One of them, the guy with the mustache, which was John Marquez. So they knew all of them, and everyone had a name. They have a great history with us, and we hope to be able to continue it going forward. Hopefully more of my colleagues will attend in the future, because I believe there's a really great partnership there. I'm going to stop there, and the mayor, I think, will have a lot more from the great conversations we had while we were there.
Yes, our trip was to commemorate our 30th year anniversary of our sister city relationship. At the time we started, Joshan had about 100,000 people, comparable to our population, and they were very much like us. They had a port and 100,000 people. Since then, they have grown to 1.6 million people, And they have great industries, some which I think are problematic, some which are fantastic. We planted a tree many years ago, and for this 30th year anniversary, we provided the plaque to go before the tree. And we put our wishes and our dreams of our sister city communications on the tree. And it brought to mind that our city needs a city tree, and we need a city flower. We need things that we find valuable lifted up as symbols to show what Richmond is. So we would like to have, I think Councilmember Cepeda and I will put together some sort of city communications to see what we as a city see as a city flower, what we as a city see as a city tree, so that we can vote on it as a council or approve it as a council so that we can be represented in fauna. We also had conversations about the maritime industry. Being an archipelago, they have a lot of expertise around the maritime industry. So we went to the Maritime College and had conversations with them. We toured the college. They have simulators for various types of for various types of sounds, like whooshing. They are interested in having a partnership with the city of Richmond, and the conversations with the College of Contra Costa College came up. So Councilmember Cepeda and myself will be having conversations with John Marquez and other Contra Costa members to see how we can set up another college at Contra Costa that would focus on the maritime industry. We also discussed the wind, the offshore wind industry, and so we will be having conversations around that. It was a very, very informative conversation, and I brought back pins from the city of Zhoushan, which I would like to pass out with Councilmember Cepeda at this time. So shall we start with the city manager? Our 30-year anniversary with the city of Zhoushan. Thank you.
Say one for me.
I'll let you pass out the other two. No, this one.
Thank you.
And this one is who's going back to the council offices, because this should be for no?
She's gonna be there for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well, then,
I can drop it off.
No, it's not. Why did they make it really gold? It's shiny as gold, but. Next time. No, she's gonna
so I would like to end by saying that their hospitality is amazing. The entire staff felt like royalty the entire time we were there because of the level of attention that they gave us. And Before I finish, I want to share my agreement with Vice Mayor McLaughlin. And when I heard that we were preparing warships, I was wondering where we were in terms of providing humanitarian ships. When I watched the news, I heard someone mention a Israeli infant who might be deprived of formula. And then I tried to multiply that infant by the number of infants in Gaza who do not have formula now. So I wonder where our sense of compassion is, where our values are. Instead of promoting violence, we need to promote compassion. And I implore all of you to start thinking about how we can generate peace as opposed to promote war. Thank you. Next item.
The next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please load the PowerPoint? Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. I would like to go over 6 events that are coming up in the city of Richmond and highlight them for the public. While the KCRT is bringing up the weekly report, we will start with, well, then I'll do it. If that's the case, then I will just do an audio. So we have 6 great events coming up. Our virtual public art technical assistant workshop, and we'll make sure these are all in the weekly report, and we'll make sure that they're available to view on KCRT, is on October 18th from 7 to 9 p.m. It's for people who are interested and who are local artists who are interested in navigating our public art process to learn about the grants and contracts that are available. We also have a Arthur book reading coming up, Skinny Woman in a Straw Hat. Voila, it has appeared. Magic. Next slide, please. At the Senior Center in the annex on October 25th from 12 to 1 p.m. This is open to the community and want to encourage residents to come out. This is by our very own Richmond resident, and we're just really excited to host this event in our community. Next slide. Families and children and people with infants through elementary school, please come to the Richmond Public Library. There is a story time stroll at the regional park next Thursday at Alvarado Park. Next slide, please, slide 7. On October 26th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. If you're interested in additional information, you can contact the Richmond Public Library Children's Services at 510-620-6557. But this is a great opportunity to get out with your children and explore our local parks. Next slide, please. This event is also primarily geared toward children as well, but adults are welcome. Children 8 and under, please bring a parent, or parents bring a child. Children 9 and over can bring a parent, and they don't have to be in the water. This is the Floating Pumpkin Patch at the Richmond Plunge, and if you haven't been, this is really a fun event to see all the pumpkins floating in the water. It's really quite remarkable, and everyone involved has a great time. It's next Saturday, October 28th, from 1:15 to 2:15, and from 2:30 to 3:30. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Next item, please.
The next item is a report from the Reimagining Task Force.
slideshow this time because a lot of our work was done primarily in, sorry, let me introduce myself. My name is Jay Purcell, and I'm from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. And for this update, basically I don't have a slideshow because a lot of our meeting was spent in covering some of the great work that is being done by Daniel Barr and SOS. Currently, they gave us or what they did last meeting was they gave us an update of how they've been moving forward. They have been doing a lot of fundraising. They've been doing a lot of community outreach. They're providing a lot of services, including laundry services, bathing services, but as well, their strongest thing is that they've been making sure that there's a sense of community and connectiveness between the citizens of Richmond who are unhoused. We spent a lot of time trying to see how they were going to proceed forward. As we know, their funding did come initially from part of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, and as well and from the City of Richmond. But one of the things that they're going to be looking into, and I hope I'm not letting any cats out of the bag, but is looking to the neighboring cities and trying to establish a larger expansion of their work. As we know, unhoused issues are not something that are restricted to the limits of our city, but are something that are difficult amongst many cities in the Bay Area as well as California. And so they are looking particularly in our neighboring cities and trying to expand their services and see whether they can raise funds that way by providing for more people within the communities that we are neighboring. Last but not least, we did try to start the conversation of how to put together a board that would be overseeing the community crisis response system. I want to thank the council members who voted in favor of that, and as we're moving forward, part of that is making sure that we have a oversight board that is going to be ensuring that it is going to be kept within compliance, as well as hearing any disputes from citizens. So we are discussing how best to do that. There's been a number of suggestions, both with regard to making sure that it is going to be Brown Act compliant, but as well as ensuring that it is going to have a good composition of the people that it would be serving being present upon that board and how to accomplish that best. We understand how boards are filled within the city, being appointed by the mayor as well as voted by the council. And so we want to give good guidance of how to proceed forward so that it can best serve its purpose. And with that, that was the most of the work that we did.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from council? If not, we'll move on. Next item.
The next item is open forum for public comment. During open forum, comments can be made on items not on the agenda or those that remain on the consent calendar, the report from the city manager, reports of officers, and report from the Reimagining Task Force. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to speak, and as a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. Tonight, we have 9 in-person speakers. The first group of speakers are Hakeem Johnson, Jenica Powell, Mark Wasberg, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, and Elsa Stevens. Can you please press the button? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Hakeem Johnson, and I work at the Chevron Richmond Refinery. Thank you for having me tonight. I also want to say that Chevron is proud of being a sponsor for the Spirit and Soul event, as well as the open house that both Councilmember Bonner and Councilmember Willis mentioned earlier today. But for today, I am here to publicly invite council members as well as the general public to the refinery. On October 28th, we will have our community tour day The first time that we are having this since 2019, pre-COVID. It will take place from 10 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Again, on October 28th, we'll have bus tours throughout the refinery. We'll have booths set up for informational booths for everyone to have questions addressed and have a good time. Registration is required, and you can register on the website at richmond.chevron.com. That's RICHMOND.CHEVRON.COM. Thank you again for this time and opportunity to invite you all to the refinery. I hope to see you all there and hope to share what the wonderful things that are going at the refinery on with the community. Take care.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jenica Powell.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to address homeless encampments near my home. I have called everyone you can think of, the police, the city of Richmond. I've left emails. I've done all this for about 3 months now. And I just sort of gave up at some point, like, okay, just, this is what it is. Until today. My daughter leaves out from work at 7 in the morning, and she was attacked by one of these homeless people that's right here under my window. She got into her car and she locked her door, but he attempted to grab her door, try to open her car door, shaking it to where, her car is shaking, and so she had to drive off. Called me really frantically. I ended up calling the Richmond police. They came, they did nothing. They didn't talk to me. They didn't come to my unit to talk to me. They did nothing. I called. Finally, I went to the Richmond Police Department, and the officer that patrols that area went over there and gave him suggestions. But he's still there right now, and my daughter is afraid to come home from work. And we have to live there. This man he lives rent-free down here. And so you guys are talking about Israel and compassion and peace. Where is that for our community? You shouldn't have to be afraid to come home to where that's supposed to be your safe haven. So something needs to happen. I'm going to keep on coming here, and I'm going to keep on calling the police and contacting whoever I can contact, because something has to end. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Thank you.
Excuse me? Actually, we should do it offline. I'd like to know what your address is. So we'll do it offline.
The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Hamas is a bunch of religious lunatics. They are no different from what the Nazis did at the concentration camps. They are no different what the Japanese did at the rape of Nanking, using babies for bayonet practice. They are willing to die for their cause, just like the Nazis was willing to die for Hitler, just like the Japanese was dying for their emperor. This is a global war. We are at war, and people are going to die. And Israel has every right to defend themselves. They have every right to do what they're going to have to do to take care of business. We did the same thing in World War II. We bombed civilians. We killed thousands of civilians. The Palestinian people, Hamas, are using the Palestinian people as shields. This shows how much cowards they are, because they don't want to face it. These people are willing to die for their God. And you are not going to stop these people. We have terrorists right here in our country. We have people in Congress that are supporting these terrorists. The BLM even bragged about being a terrorist organization. And you people talk about compassion. Where's compassion what they did to Israel? Where's compassion what they did to the children, burning them, raping them, chopping off their heads, huh? And you're stupid enough to sit there and talk about a passion for a bunch of fucking terrorists? We got terrorists right here in our country, and your lawmakers. You people support Hamas. You people support the BLM during the riots, Antifa. Who in the hell you think you're kidding? Because we have the right to bear firearms, and I'm calling all Americans to buy as much firearms and bullets and weapons as you can. Because this is a war, people. This is a
Excuse me,
serious
sir.
war that we're
me.
going to fight,
Can you
and the
shut his
Western is
mic?
going to fucking win.
You have the right to speak, but you do not have the right to incite sedition.
You fucking wait. You wait. Over there fucking supporting a bunch of fucking terrorists. Worthless ass fucking son of a bitch. And that fucking whore's doing the same thing. You wait till Hamas comes.
Next.
Next speaker is Rick Perez.
Fucking worthless son of a bitch. Ain't no good for nothing, man.
Can we have him exited?
Okay, here we go. Oh, why do I always got to follow him? Okay, anyway, okay, I hope you take what I say more serious than him. Melvin, I remember when Richmond, I'm giving away my age, when Richmond was very vibrant, way back, downtown Richmond was, and it was great. You know, too bad it can't be that again, or hopefully someday it will be that again. Okay, be positive. The reason I'm here today is Governor Newsom signed a bill disqualifying that excited delirium as, you know, it's a fabricated medical term that the police fabricated. And, you know, it's too bad that the police department and the lawyers that defend them have a very big problem with lying to the public. It's not just Richmond. In fact, Richmond's probably one of the better ones. And then we got now also Rob Bonta put Vallejo police on a watch. You know, they got certain things they got to follow, much like San Francisco and Oakland's already been on. It's good. It's all great that they're doing that, but you know, we want to see some actual indictments and charges and stuff like that. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's very shameful how the city of Richmond pushed Wallace Jensen off the police department just to save face. And, you know, I'm grateful that he's not a police officer no more, but it just, I'd rather see a more positive acknowledgement of the problem and not we took care of the problem, because you know, I was known that he was a problem before he was ever even hired. So, you know, thank you guys, and thank you for letting me follow Mark Westberg.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patricia Perez.
More than 9 years ago, our grandson's life was taken by a bad Richmond police officer, taking its toll on his parents, especially his mother, who has been undergoing cancer treatment since she was diagnosed March 2023. This is not an ordinary problem we can simply ignore. Sad beyond words, their son, who had zero type of any weapon, was shot to death for no reason. Death wasn't enough. Slander and lies were all we heard, followed by cover-up and a 4-year struggle to be able to have Petey's case investigated by an independent investigator, and to hear Richmond Police Review Commission's conclusion that Petey should not have been killed at all. We've gone to Sacramento 15 times, joining other families in the same plight. Together, we have gained 5 new Senate Assembly bills, changing some of what police get away with for far too long. In the news, Richmond is getting credit for better relations with police and a downtick in criminal activity. Much of that is due to our family's fight and because of Petey's case. We didn't just shut up and accept this wrongdoing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speakers are Elsa Stevens, Dorian Reeve, Jamin Purcell, and Susan Singh.
My name is Elsa Stevens, and I couldn't be prouder of our progressive city council. When my husband and I first moved into Heritage Park at Hilltop, I would brag that I felt like I lived on a 192 apartment cruise ship. A private van took us to doctor appointments and shopping. We enjoyed healthy cooking classes by a chef, dance lessons, monthly birthday parties, and more. Newer residents now can't believe our former lifestyle. When private businesses get government funding to house money-strapped retirees, they create Club Med-style, quality, affordable housing for senior citizens. How are you going to extract profit over the years from people whose income is flat? And because of the year that our building was built, our complex is subject to real estate lobby's California anti-renter laws. Years ago, when USA Properties tried to raise our rent 12%, this city council and the Richmond Rent Board came through for us. But our rent has been creeping up ever since then. Now our landlord raised it 5% and told us not to complain to government agencies. Tomorrow, we address the rent board. What I ask of you today is this: should we seniors be tossed onto Lakeside Drive, how will you serve the newly unhoused? Will SOS provide us with garbage service? Will Contra Costa Interfaith Council bring mobile showers and a mobile laundromat? Will the food bank deliver to our encampment like they do now to the Heritage Park Senior Complex? Will police keep us safe instead of bulldozing our belongings like other cities do? We know that fire trucks and ambulances will serve us. They visit us daily now. We, the most vulnerable, are most grateful. Thank you for the great effort that I know you will make to help keep us housed.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dorian Reeve.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to let you know that I lived at Heritage Park, and then what's going on is that I found out now that we're almost in December, and right now rent's going up again. And then since rent's going up again in December, it's hard because I only make like $1,791. And then since it's going up, now it's going up, now it's gonna hit me for Christmas, because now how am I gonna have money when it went up, when it's gone up now? It's like, right now it's going up to $791. And it's kind of hard for me for the holidays, like Christmas and stuff. And then it's hard because for me, every time I turn around, it keeps on going up and up and up. And I'm having problems with my money, with everything. And then it's hard for me to support everything when everything keeps on going up. I feel like it's part with everything's going up. I feel like I can't keep on affording to keep paying high rent of Heritage Park. When I just feel like the more rent goes up, I feel like I might have to find another place to live. And it's hard because like ever since I lived there, it's been going up and up and up and up and up. And it's not like priceable, so you can't keep it the same amount all the time when it keeps on going up so many times. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Hello, City Council. I would just like to thank those members who were able to attend the Spirit and Soul Festival. It was really a wonderful event. Obviously, some of you were out of the country or others preoccupied, but it really was wonderful to see, once again, the City of Richmond coming together and highlighting the positive things that are happening. We do have a lot of things that we are still working on, and I don't want to undermine any of the comments that have been said earlier about whether the movement we've made towards fairer police or addressing unhoused, but there is still quite a number of great things that have been happening. I had a wonderful conversation with our poet laureate about that, how it is very difficult sometimes to hear all the positive things that are happening in our city amongst all of the noise. That said, I also would like to thank the City Council for its support that it showed in the face of the hate speech that was said at the beginning of last council meeting, this council meeting, but many council meetings. But I would like to say that I really appreciate the strong ethical stance that the council has taken of not allowing for hate speech to have a forum, even if it is allowed by the free speech to be expressed. And I think the last thing that I would like to ask is there any way that we can get the city calendar to be a lot more easily able to be navigated? Because there are so many events happening in Richmond. I think actually just a few weeks back with the there was like 3 events happening at the same time, and it would be lovely to just be able to have one calendar subscribed to have all these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Singh.
Good evening. My name is Susan Singh. I'm a Richmond of Heritage Park, also in Richmond. I'm paraphrasing a letter from our Heritage Park Tenants Association President, Elda Fontenot. She writes that those of us paying rent are having a hard enough time paying the current rent. The incoming increase really hurts because most of us are on fixed incomes. And she says, I spoke today with USA Regional Director Anna Gaudry, who said that the rent will go up 5% every single year. While hanging up the phone, not realizing she could still be heard, Anna said, I'm the head nigga in charge. We find it offensive, racist, and a slap in the face to a complex that is primarily minority residents. Thank you very much. We need your help.
That was our last in-person speaker. Jaswara, can you please call the Zoom speaker?
Yes, I have one speaker. I have Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am not Amanda Jenkins, but I'm James Foreman. I didn't have time to get inside to see it. But my question is, I am the one that is homeless through CHB through Castro, and whose wife has also died since barely possessed, and I'm still homeless. And they're not doing nothing for me. They just leaving me on the streets. I mean, I'm stressed to the max and everything. I don't know what to do. They keep telling me they can't do nothing for me, or whatever. I don't know. But I need some help. But Jesus and them.
You still have 1:24 if you'd like to say more.
You know, I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to live on the streets. I want a place to live. They're not giving me a place to live. They keep putting me in different SROs that I'm not getting that I'm not having company with. I'm having problems, but they said they can't help me. I was housed 37th, but then they took me off the house, took me and my wife from our house and put us someplace else. That's when she died. And now I'm back in the streets again. I mean, I was better off in camperland doing whatever, living in my camper than it is. I'm stressed to the max. I haven't taken a shower in a week, no place to go. I got nothing, but they don't care. You know, and my wife just died. I'm stressing off that. I want them to do right. I want them to treat us right, not treat us wrong. Not treat us like we're nothing, like we're just a piece of nothing. They herdle like cattle. I'm not cattle. I'm a human being. And don't threaten me to tell me I have to go someplace. If I don't like it, I can go someplace. I can go to a shelter. They threaten me.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is approval of the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
I'll move the item. Do we have a second?
Second.
That was seconded by Councilmember Willis? Okay. And as a reminder, Councilmember Robinson expressed conflict of interest from voting on item P9A, the sole source contract with the watershed project for the flood risk reduction in the Ream Creek watershed project. Councilmember Bonner? Oh, I'm sorry, she's absent. Councilmember Robinson?
Except the one item that I'm recusing myself from, yes on all else.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda absent. Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes, we have one item which we need a council member to show up so we can actually pass that one item. So we are taking roll call. We need your vote in order to
Councilmember
pass.
Cepeda?
This is for the consent calendar. There's one item in which Councilmember Robinson recused herself. Without your vote,
My
that
suggestion
cannot
is
pass.
just need to vote yes on the consent calendar.
Yes, I vote yes on the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
The
you.
motion
That takes
passes
care
with
of that one item.
Councilmember Bonner and Councilmember Jimenez absent.
All right, next item.
The next item is under budget session. Item Q1 is to receive a presentation from GovInvest on a comprehensive analysis regarding the approved funding policy impact on the other post-employment benefits, OPEB, unfunded actuarial accrued liability.
KCRT, can you please bring up the presentation? So this is Mubin Carter, Deputy Director of Finance, and we have Ira Summers from GovInvest to present the OPEB funding policy analysis.
Okay, thank you. Happy to be back to talk to you this time about your OPEB funding policy, where your retiree health liabilities are, and where they look like they're going to be going. How do I move it forward? Okay, a little bit of background first. Next slide. The City of Richmond provides retiree health benefits to your employees through CalPERS Health. So different levels of benefits for different people, depending on when they were hired and when they retire. All full-time employees of the city. Oh. They can see me. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but yes, they can see me.
Well, that is helpful. We want everyone to see you.
Okay, now that they're frightened. So all of your full-time employees who retire directly from the City of Richmond receive some support for their retiree health care. They all have access to retiree health care, and you subsidize some of the cost of their retiree health care. Now, we refer to the program, the retiree health care program, as OPEB. OPEB is an acronym from the accountants that stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. Basically, post-employment benefits other than pensions. When I was here a few months ago, I talked about pensions and where that was. Here we're talking about the retiree health plan, the OPEB, Your goal, as it is with the pension, is to basically keep your promises. So funding you promised benefits to all these people and to subsidize them. The goal of funding these is to fund the long-term costs of the benefits that you provided. Many retiree health plans, when they got started, from a funding perspective, were treated as health plans. Health plans, you basically pay the premium each year, and you don't collect any money beforehand. You're just doing it for your active employees. A few years ago, you started treating your OPEB as a retirement program, putting money aside while the employees were working to have enough money to pay for all their benefits while they were retired. So you're basically, you started that process, you're moving towards the goal of getting to a place where you have enough money set aside to cover all the benefits that people have accrued already. But right now, you're in the early part of the process. So next slide. There are, from the accountant's perspective, there are two types of benefits. There are the explicit benefits. Those are the ones that you think of the benefits. That's the amount you pay for the retirees, the amount of the retiree premium that you pay each month. That's the explicit benefits. There's also a portion that you need to count the liability for of the implicit benefits. Now, the reason they have implicit benefits is the reality of healthcare is that as you get older, you tend to use more healthcare. I know this personally. I'm at a point in my life where I get hurt doing nothing. I just watch my sons do something athletic and I feel pain. So as people get older, they're using more healthcare. If you had healthcare premium costs based on, for each person, the older people would have higher healthcare premiums than the younger people. The way CalPERS Health is set up, the way PEMCA, the Public Employee Medical and Hospital Care Act, is set up, is that the premium that is paid for all people in the program, all active employees and all the retirees up until they hit Medicare, are all the same. So effectively, the costs that you're paying for your active employees, the younger people, you're paying a little more than you need to. And the cost that you pay for your retirees is a little less than you need to. So there's a hidden cost built in. The implicit subsidy takes into account that hidden cost and puts it on your books and credits you for it when you're actually paying it for active employees. So the liabilities include both these two pieces. Next slide. The way you're funding your retiree health benefits now is similar to a pension. Again, just like it's a retirement benefits, you have a normal cost, the cost for each year of service as it's earned. You have also a payment towards past service, an amortization piece for your unfunded liability. Those two together become your total contribution. That is the target that you've been paying for the last few years. And I'll talk about your new funding policy, but basically that becomes, during most years, the minimum you're going to be paying. One big difference between this and pensions. Pensions have a similar structure, except the pension board determines what this is, and when the pension board says this is the amount to pay, you are required to make the minimum payment. For OPEB plans, for retiree health plans, this is at the discretion of the city council. You are under control. It is a good thing that you're doing to pre-fund it this way, but if a time comes when you absolutely need to stop making payments for a short period of time, you have the discretion to do that. Now, if you do that, you're going to have to make that up with interest sometime in the future. It's going to be expensive. But you at least have the flexibility and the discretion. The fact that you've started setting aside a fund means that if you have an emergency, you can use that fund to make the premium payments during the current year and hold off for a short period of time to make contributions. I'm not suggesting you do that now. I think of this, I used to run marathons before. As I said, I got old and my body started falling apart. If you're training for a marathon, you got to run every day. And some days you don't feel like it. And you still got to run when you don't feel like it. Now, if I break a bone in my foot, which I did a few times, I'm supposed to stop. I'm a man, so I don't stop all the time when I do that. But that's, there are times when you need to stop, and there are times when it's just uncomfortable and you got to keep going. So here, you're doing a good thing, you're pre-funding, and in fact, your new policy, and I'll talk about that in a little while, talks about extra money you're putting in to catch up because of the times before that you treated this like a healthcare plan and were just funding the current payments instead of building up something for the people who'd already earned it. Next slide. So you've got two programs right now. You've got the city plan and the RPOA. The RPOA is for the police who were hired, I think, after 2007, are in this program. So we'll talk about where this plan is right now. Next slide. To do this, we did this based on the last full actuarial valuation that was done for this. The return in fiscal year 2022, the year ending June 30, 2022, as I mentioned when I was here a few months ago, terrible year for investments. Every category of investments went down. So this plan lost 8.39% on their investment return, which is pretty similar to what we've seen from a lot of programs. So we put that in for the model, the projection. We assume they're going to hit their targets. The year ending June 30, 2023, most of the plans we've looked at have gotten very close to their targets for that. I haven't seen your final numbers, but I think you're going to be pretty close to hitting target. So this is going to be pretty close to watching the model. So we look at the next screen, what we see is that your contribution again built into two pieces. The orange piece is the normal cost, the cost for each year of service as it's earned. The purple pays for past liability. Because the RPOA started much more recently, there's less of an unfunded liability. So about 3/4 of your contribution is due to normal costs, the cost for each year of service as it's earned, or about 2/3. Your total contribution in the 21-22 years is about $1.5 million. It's going up each year with projected, as the payroll is projected to grow. That's the way the funding method is designed. Your unfunded liability is targeted to get paid off in 20 years. So once it does get paid off in the fiscal year 2042, your contribution, the purple payment goes away, the unfunded liability payment goes away, and you just pay normal cost. The contribution rate is going to go down. So expected to go up from about 1.5 million up to about 2 million over the next 20 years. So this is relatively controlled growth. Next slide. Your unfunded liability dropped down a little in fiscal year 22 because of contributions being made. It is targeted to get down to zero in fiscal year 2042. As long as, again, you're consistently hitting the investment returns. Notice it is decreasing very little in the beginning. It's just like a mortgage where in the beginning most of the payment is interest and very little of it's principal. But once you get going, more and more of your payment goes towards principal and you start getting further and further along. In fact, if we go to the next slide and you see as a percentage of total liability, you're about 40% funded in 2021. That is going to be marching up over 20 years to get to 100% funded in 2042. So over a 20-year period, you're going to grow about 3% better funded each year. If you just keep paying the regular actuarial determined contribution. Your funding policy, new funding policy, we'll talk about in a little while, talks about when you have extra money, putting some of that extra money towards it. That's going to speed this whole thing up, and I'll show you how much in a little while. Go to the next slide, and we look at the other plan, the city plan. The city plan's been around longer. It covers a lot more employees and has a much bigger liability and unfunded liability. So if we look at the next slide, what you'll see is that the return for that plan, the investment's a little bit different. That plan had a minus 13.6% return in the year. Again, very bad returns for every pension, every OPEB plan that we've looked at for the year ending fiscal year 22. Next slide. Your contribution. Most of your contribution to this plan is due to payments for unfunded liability. Total contribution for this plan is about 6.5 million. So this is a much bigger liability. Of it, 1.8 million is the normal cost, the cost for each year of service as it's earned. The other 5 million is paying off the unfunded liability. So most of your payment is unfunded liability. Your assumed rate of return here is somewhere around 6%. So you're effectively paying the plan, interest at 6% as it goes along. That's going to increase for over the 20-year period, getting to about $12 million total at that point in time. Once you pay it off, though, once you pay off your unfunded liability, the contribution is going to drop down to just be the normal cost, which is going to be about $3 million at that point. So again, as you can catch up, the faster you can catch up, the better it's going to be. Your unfunded liability on the next slide shows that you have $77 million in unfunded liability in 2021, and it's dropping slightly. It's going to be about 5 or 6 years before you start seeing it start to come down. It's going to stay relatively level for the next few years and then start to decrease again as most of the payment starts going towards principal at that point in time. Your funded percentage on the next slide starts off at 30% instead of 40%. It's again going to take a few years before it finally starts to ramp up, and again targeted to get to 100% in 2042. So you're on the right path, but you're at the beginning of this marathon. So you have a long way to go. Now, one of the things that the city did is you adopted a funding policy a few months ago. And we'll talk about that, I think, on the next slide, if I'm remembering right. So additional contributions. Yeah, next slide after that. You adopted a funding policy where you're going to continue paying the actuarially determined contribution, same contribution you have been paying. Plus, if you have a year-end surplus, you're going to take 10% of that surplus and put it towards your unfunded liability for the OPEB plan. So when you have money, you're going to take it and start paying off this unfunded liability, start paying off this debt, which is a good thing. And you realize that this is an important liability. You have lots of other liabilities, so you're not giving it all the money, but you're taking a piece of that money and you're setting it aside towards this. So we modeled out what would happen if that 10% was equal to $1 million a year, each year for the next few years until the unfunded liability got paid off. And on the next slide, we start to show that. Basically, I split it $500,000 between each plan, but basically the savings are the same, whichever plan you put them in. Go to the next slide. What we see in terms of contributions, without the additional contributions, you have the blue line, where your contributions are going to go from $8 million up to about $14 million over the next 20 years before dropping down. The orange line shows what happens if you start putting in the extra million. If you start putting in the extra million, in the beginning, you're paying more. You're paying that extra million. But because you're paying off some of the unfunded liability, your required contribution starts coming down. And over that 20-year period, what we show on the next slide is that you actually end up saving $6 million over that time period because you paid early. It's a pay me now or pay me later. If you pay me now, you get the value of investment return on that money and the power of compounding. So you get a benefit out of it. So what you've done, your policy is a good one. Now all you have to do is cross your fingers. You have surpluses each year or win Powerball. That's the easy way to do it. But continue on this path. When new revenues show up, take a piece of it, keep putting it away, keep taking steps in that direction. It's going to start, rolling and speeding up as it goes along. Next slide. Unfunded liability we're showing here. Again, the target's going to is targeting to get it done at the same time. But again, you're in a much better, the reason it's in the same place is because your actuarially determined contribution will keep ratcheting down as you pay it off across time. So you'll get there faster, unfunded liability will be there, your balance sheet will look better, and if the city actually has to go out and issue debt for something else, for capital improvements, your bond rating will probably be stronger because you've got this plan in place and your balance sheet will look better. Next slide shows the funded percentage, again, getting it to the same place but getting there faster. That's the quick version of retiree health liabilities. There is no quiz. Any questions?
I think the quiz is to you. So I'll start off.
Mayor, may I just add, so just by way of background for the council, this is a byproduct, as it's noted in the agenda, as a result of our state audit. And so this is one of our implementing action steps that we're continuing to bring back to the council for updates. And it also ties into the earlier consent item related to the corrective action plan with the state auditor. So I just wanted to flag that for the council and for the good of the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Incorporating ROPA into this complicates things. I know that we're still liable for RPOA's pensions, but I was curious as to what sorts of savings we might have by incorporating them.
Sorry, can you reword the question?
Yes. Okay. It's my understanding that RPOA was not part of CalPERS. Is that correct, or am I confused?
He's talking about the separate.
Oh, the separate account is, there are a couple pieces towards that. You are still, if I remember correctly, you are still providing what's referred to as the PEMCA minimum to the police officers. So a much smaller benefit to them, and then you're also putting money into an account for them, and they're paying some of that.
Correct.
So there is still some liability, and because they are in the health plan, even if it's getting just a minimum benefit, there is the implicit benefit that I talked about before, the hidden costs. So that becomes a big part of the liability. But their plan, again, as you noticed, much smaller liability in the whole, than the city plan.
Okay, so I guess to rephrase my question, what is the implicit liability in terms of helping or hindering our ability to cut down the cost?
The implicit liability, more than anything else, it's a bookkeeping account. It's not really it doesn't really affect your cash flow very much. So you're never going to be paid, it's sort of hidden in the cost that you're paying for all of your current employees, and you're budgeting that someplace else. And in fact, theoretically, once your plan gets to 80-90% funded, and you start paying all the premiums out of the trust, you should start reimbursing the city for that hidden cost, the extra cost that you're paying. But it's a bookkeeping amount. It's a good thing you're doing it for your balance sheet. And you know, when your plan gets better, it gets to a better place, gets to around 80 or 90%, I think at that point it would be a good time to start talking about the tactics you can use to more effectively use the money. Until then, getting as much into the plan as you can is probably the best idea.
And then my other question, what are the interest projections used for the scenario that you've proposed to us?
We used the assumed rate of return for the assets that you had in each of the plan. And I don't remember off the top of my head, I think one of them was 6 and the other was 5.75, but I don't remember which was which. Where's the money invested right now? Is it in PEMCA? Is it in SERPT? Where are the assets invested in?
Oh, I don't have the details of the investment portfolio right now.
No, who are you investing through? The CalPERS tool or PARS?
PARS.
PARS, okay. So you have, your money is in a trust that is being administered by PARS with their investment advisors. Based on the investment strategy that you chose, PARS let us know what they expected to earn from that, and we used that as the amount. So that's, in general terms, normally a good thing. Now, my expectation, normally those things stay relatively steady across time. But because the Fed has been raising interest rates so quickly on, it's that the fixed income portion of that is probably going to start earning more money. I would expect sometime in the next few months that PARS will announce that their expectation on the same portfolio is probably going to be a little bit higher. So the next time we do a full valuation, we'll probably be able to use a higher discount rate, assumed more return, which means we'll be able to assume more money is coming from investment return, less money will need to come from you, liabilities will come down. It won't solve the problem, it'll just give you another step in the right direction.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Willis?
No, yeah, thank you for the presentation. If you gave me a quiz, I think I'd get like 60, 70%, but I would have to study some more. But no, I guess like my question just kind of comes to, just understanding that this is projections and assuming best case scenario. So I guess it's like, how often are we going to be doing these presentations annually? And that really stems from like, the city council board changes every 2 years, priorities change every so often, the economy changes and our revenue changes and expenditure changes, and we're only talking about one half of this and not the pension, which is a bit more, let's just say, unpredictable. So I'm just wondering, like, how often will we be having this conversation? Because I can know we don't have a crystal ball and we're only making assumptions, and just want to make sure that we're getting as close to digging ourselves out of that hole as soon as possible, so in 20 years we can actually say, yay, we did good, as opposed to something happened in the middle of it, there's a kink, and we have to readjust and reassess.
Okay, good question. One thing I do want to correct a little, this isn't a best case scenario, it's probably an expected case scenario. As a sort of, I've been ingrained to be a pessimist, so I expect things to go worse, but it is sort of expectations. Things may go better, things may get worse. This is where things are expected to be. But I think your point is a very valid one. Normally, for many of our clients, we check in every year and give you an update. You're going to get a report from, official report done, and we take a look. We take a look at the changing markets and where things are, what's happened here. If you've potentially hired a whole bunch of new employees to fill vacancies, what that's going to do potentially to your liabilities, or other things that may happen, and keep you updated. Because the sooner you know that things are moving in a certain direction, the sooner you can act, and the less painful it's going to be to take those corrective steps. So checking in, I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it makes sense for me to come and talk to you every single meeting and remind you, it's the same, it's the same. Oh, God, it's worse. But once a year is usually the time that makes sense to check in.
If I may add, unfunded liability status of OPEB is also part of our city's annual comprehensive financial report, so which is published every year. So bringing IRA every year or every time costs money, so that's also a point.
And also, when the council considers in the coming meetings regarding unspent funds from fiscal year 22-23, part of what staff will be recommending is that we implement your policy direction, which would mean that 10% of those unspent funds would be going towards OPEB and 10% to your CalPERS unfunded liability. And our intention is to have that for you at your next meeting. Also, so in addition to these annual meetings, finance staff check this information on a regular basis. And so the intention this evening, though, is to continue to provide an update on where things are, because in addition to these issues regarding the decreased performance, that's happening throughout the market and also with CalPERS. And so that's why it's really imprudent that we have a good reserve amount, which the council has kept at 21%. And increasingly more important as we've seen these tragedies that are currently taking place, and that we're prepared in case there are significant shifts in the economy. And so just wanting to reiterate that this is an overall strategy and a component of ensuring that our finances are headed in the right direction. And unfortunately, we can't change the market in terms of like what the returns are. But we do think it's important to keep the council apprised.
All right, thank you. And I will concede that point of not inviting you every single year. Just be like, all right, we're doing good. Have a good night, everybody. But I would ask, like, and I'm recognizing capacity is a thing, but while discussing these items before coming to the council beforehand, is it possible for staff just to also do what if brainstorming scenarios, like what if the economy is doing good, here's a strategy we can do, or what if we're in a terrible situation, here's a strategy, so we're not scrambling at the last minute if something happens saying, okay, we're trying to figure this out and we'll get back to you in a couple weeks for further direction. So just kind of thinking ahead on this. I don't want the worst case to happen and I want to stick on this expected or best case scenario, but you know, it doesn't hurt to have some ideas beforehand. So,
Right, and
thank you.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, bringing this to you, this is the first time talking about OPEB, and usually try and start with the expected case where things are going. One of the things that your city did subscribe to our software, which allows us to very quickly do these types of different scenario planning and see how it goes, so we can work with your team, put some of these together, show you the impact of what happens if your fund consistently does better or consistently does worse, what happens if there's a one-time hit to the market, and give you a little bit of stress testing so you can decide on your own how worried you want to be.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hi. So I feel unfortunately I have to ask I think probably a dumb question because it's something I just don't understand. So I don't have a whole lot of experience with things like this. And so I'm kind of comparing your projections, your modeling with like paying off a mortgage early. And I know it's not exactly the same thing because in this case we have a growth. I believe that's what it's modeling, a growth in number of staff that is kind of always pushing the base mortgage up as well as other things. But I don't understand why in both models it always ends in the same year, even if we're paying more money forward. Like, I don't understand what's going on there.
Okay, what's going on there is that my understanding is you started funding them both on an actuarial basis at the same time, with the goal of paying them off, you know, over a 20-year period. So one way to think about it is if you have a really big house and a small house, and you basically get a mortgage on both of them at the same time. So you have big house has bigger payments than the small house, but you pay your mortgage off. If you've got a 30-year mortgage, in this case 20 years, you're paying them both off at the same time.
Okay.
And that's why they're both being paid off at the same time. It's the design of how this was just, you along with your actuaries, or maybe your actuaries decided that.
But in the case of, in this case, it seems like if we're putting in more money each year based on this 10%, that we would be paying it off earlier.
You could, and that would be one potential option, would be to design that 10% so it pays off faster. But if you just stick it into the trust, what happens is using the analogy, the mortgage payments go down because you prepaid part of your mortgage. So it charges you less and less than it would have because you gave it extra money.
So that's what I'm not quite understanding is that we're not actually paying our debt. We're putting the money away in the trust.
You're putting the money in the trust.
And then having that money grow in terms of interest.
Yeah.
So that's why we have the same payments. Okay.
And so the payments go down and down, so you have more room in your budget in future years. Now, I mean, you could decide, and this was the way you set up your initial policy to set this up. And again, great start. This is the concept of putting more money away when you have it is a very good one and a smart way to attack the problem.
And the benefit of using the trust is that if we ever have a bad year, we don't have to pay.
You have flexibility
Yeah.
in how you use it.
Okay.
So it becomes, if you needed to, it becomes a rainy day fund for a little bit of,
We can withdraw money from the trust.
you
if
can
we
withdraw
get
the
into
money
some kind of
solely for
trouble.
the purpose of paying the benefits, and you can stop making payments in that year. So the combination can give you, I think your contribution's about 6 million, can give you 6 million plus a little more in contribution.
So no increase in the percentage of money that we add to this policy would decrease the 20 years.
We could.
As long as we're using the trust.
We could redesign your policy, fine tune it so that by putting extra money in, instead of lowering the payments in future years, it shortened the amortization period. You could do that.
So you mean, when you say amortization, you mean reduce the number, in this case, reduce the number of years?
Reduce the number of years that you pay, keep the payments at the higher level, and just pay them for a shorter period of time. You could do that. So that's one of those things where, again, you made the right first step. You should see how it works for a little while. And then if it starts working and it becomes more important to shorten the time period, then we can come back, have another conversation, redesign this a little bit, and figure out a way to shorten the period with the extra money you're putting in.
So one last question then is, are there any benefits to shortening that time outside of reducing a burden for future budgets?
It's mostly, it's getting you to a good place sooner, so it is going to be helping future city councils. I mean, that's really what you're doing right now by putting the money away. You're helping the city in the future, and the city council in the future.
I guess
to
I'm
deal with
wondering,
this.
like, in terms of like credit ratings or anything like
Yeah,
that. Like,
it would also help your credit rating because your funded percentage would grow faster, your unfunded liability would shrink faster. So your city balance sheet would look better, and your credit rating would go up higher.
And we would technically pay less because you're paying it over a shorter period of time.
You would save a lot.
We would save a lot of money.
interest.
We would save a lot of money. So it's like if you had a 30-year mortgage, like the example you're using, if you paid it every month like you're paying a 15-year mortgage, you would basically, you would not have to pay all that interest.
I'm one of those people who is addicted to my amortization calculator and always like extra money and throw it at my house payment. So I can see how much I save. So I just curious, not that I want to change anything. I just want to make sure I understand.
Same concept. And I think if we have periods where once, for example, I know that the council has indicated priorities around improving the built environment and catching up on our CIP projects that are in the pipeline, and making sure that those that are grant funded we have gap funding to complete them all, so we're not in trouble with the granting entities. That's our goal. Once that is accomplished, we would like to move in the direction being discussed, but we have some other housekeeping things in the interim. But this in and of itself, setting up the 115 trust, paying the additional 10%, is definitely a significant accomplishment and moving really in the right direction. And I really appreciate having the city council support to implement these policies, because I think that's going to help us in the long term, and it makes a better use of the taxpayer dollars.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. Thank you. This is right around my wheelhouse, so I appreciate it. A couple of questions. In the calculation there, did we also take into account the premium increases? Our city staff uses predominantly Kaiser, and Kaiser has had a 15 to 20% increase year over year.
Yeah, we have built-in premium increases every year. Generally, over time, the premiums have gone up roughly twice the rate of inflation. They're projected to come down a little bit, but historically, every time that we start getting healthcare costs under control, the medical industry figures out a way to make them start going up again. So, yes, we have built-in premium increases in this whole thing.
any solutions, because this is a step in the right direction, right? Savings is definitely a solution. We're putting money in a pot for the future. But are there any other solutions that are out there and available for us to help decrease the OPEB liability?
Well, that's a yes and no, and a very, very time-consuming type thing. I mean, part of this is one of the things that you did do with the POA is you switched the model for them. You cut down how much you were subsidizing and started putting money away into, I think, a health savings account type program for them, where they started contributing towards it. Part of the question, as if you were to start trying to address this liability, there are ways to do it. Very important question to think about as you do it, which makes it even more complicated, is what would that do to your ability to recruit and retain the type of people you want to have working for the city? So that's the big thing. Right now, you have a retiree health plan. It's a good one. It is, for certain categories of employees, it helps bring them here and keep them here, especially once they've hit probably past 45, knowing they have retiree health coverage. They're staying until they're ready to retire. So you want to keep that in mind with everything else if you start adjusting the benefit structure itself.
And I would try to point out that part of the discussion is probably not for this presentation. This is solely about the OPEB funding policy and its projected how to deal with the unfunded liability that we have right now. I guess this conversation is creeping into another area, which probably is not the right forum right now.
Yeah, and I'll bring it up in a different session as well. So I was focusing more on the liability, which is the past, versus looking forward to see if there was anything in that you had.
So the other thing, again, two potential things you can do. One is to put more money aside, which is what you're doing. The second thing, let's do three things then. Second thing that's going to help you, as I mentioned before, is the fact that expected returns are going up, even without changing your asset allocation the way it's set aside, without increasing your risk. You're probably going to be getting a better return moving forward because of what's happened in the economy right now, because interest rates have gone up. So that's going to lower things down also a little bit. And taking steps like Councilmember Robinson talked about, potentially continuing the contributions at the higher level for a while to pay off your liability faster will end up saving money. The third thing that you could potentially do is to get more aggressive in your investments. The expected return over time, when you increase your risk, expected return over time goes up, and that lowers your liability and may help paying for things. But the markets have been very volatile for the last 20 years. The world economy right now seems to be on the edge of insane. So this may not be the ideal time to take all your money and buy Powerball tickets or put it all on red. So you may want to, when things get a little more stable, and I'm hoping that happens someday, get a little more aggressive in your investments, a little more into the stocks, and again, talking to the PARs about being an aggressive investment mix rather than the one you've got right now. But for now, I think you're probably in a good place, and I wouldn't necessarily jump at those steps too early.
And do we have any type of insurance or stop loss that can help with this unknown liability?
You're doing this through PERS Health. So this is you're paying the premiums, and they're taking, they and their 1 million employees who are in this, and they're doing it through all the different insurers. So
it's more stop loss or insurance on securing our debt versus the premiums or the cost of running the plan? It's more of like our piece of it, right? We already have this liability. Our OPEB liability is what I'm worried about. Is there anything in there? Because we could put in money, and I know that later on we could go back and take some out if we need it on a rainy day. But is there something in there that can help us? That we don't have to go back in and dig in that pot and take it back out again?
I think you'll have to, if you want to look at different investment strategies, you're going to need to talk to the people at PARS who have access to a lot of different things that you've picked one of their basic strategies, and it's a good one. But if you want to have a custom strategy that's somehow protecting you in certain ways, you're going to need to talk to them about what they have available and how it might be set up.
Councilmember Cepeda, I believe that there's basically two options in terms of what you're asking. One would be we require meet and confer and direction from the council. And then so it's either that approach or also on the investment side. So the gentleman this evening is here primarily on evaluating the investment side.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll bring the rest in another meeting. Thanks so much for your time. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, during that conversation, there was another scenario that I wanted to see if staff could actually entertain too, and that is what if in the future that the policies that we passed when it comes to getting excess funds, that we put a percentage to that towards dealing with our liability, running a scenario and potential recommendations if a future council should decide that they don't want that policy anymore. I would hope that that doesn't happen, but what can I say? I'm all about predicting crazy scenarios that have potential realistic implications. So, this is all just going down the line of just making sure that we're prepared and have solutions ready to go if something should fall apart from in the future that isn't related to discussion today right now. So that's all I just wanted to ask.
All right, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, just one question, and it's following up on what Councilmember Cepeda was saying last, and I don't, while you're here, I just thought it would be good to get this question out. So you talked about potentially a custom investment plan with CalPERS, and I think that's what you said?
Almost with PARS. Your money is
With
being
PARS,
invested through
sorry.
PARS, the
Yeah.
Public Agency Retirement Services.
Right, okay. So is that something other cities, to your knowledge, do at times?
PARS has their trusts set up for hundreds and hundreds of agencies all across the country. Most of them follow into the main thing, but I know they do some custom ones. I don't know if they do the kind of stop-loss thing that Councilman Cepeda was bringing up, which is why I'm suggesting you talk to them, because if I would just be guessing at that point.
Okay, but it is a possibility if we so desire.
They are always happy to talk about, new ways to use their services.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, so just a question. I'm a little bit of a worrier too. So we're putting all this money away in the trust, hoping that, over 20 years, we're going to eliminate this problem. What are the restrictions on future councils in terms of withdrawing that money for purposes other than paying off this debt?
This money, okay, first a caveat, technically a legal question. Anything that I give that sounds like a legal answer isn't. 'Cause I'm not a lawyer.
You're absolved.
But having done...
No.
But the trust is set up, the money put into the trust is supposed to be used exclusively to pay retiree health benefits. Mm-hmm. So the money from the trust can only be used for that. Now, again, you can stop putting extra money in. Mm-hmm. The future city councils can do that. They can't start taking money out, unless they want to, I don't know, kill all the retirees first. And again, I don't know what your future city council is going to be like. So in general, the answer is no. They have to keep using the money that's in there for this purpose. It helps protect at least some of the benefits that have already been accrued and already been promised.
Okay, so it's not exactly a rainy day fund.
It's not a complete, there is some flexibility that you have. You can't take the entire balance that's in there and use it to, build a new building. You can take the amount you would have, you can take the amount you would have paid in premiums each year and use that and pay, and not have to pay that from, pay that out each year and not make the extra 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 10 million, 14 million in contributions. That gives you budget flexibility if you stop making the contributions to this for a year or two.
So once we put it into the trust, we can't get it out.
You cannot get it out.
Except for to pay
Right.
for things. But we can stop giving to the trust. That's
And stop giving to the trust, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Right. Are there any other questions? If not, do we have public comment?
We do not have any public speakers signed up.
Okay, and none online?
No.
Okay, well then, public comment's closed. If there's no more questions, conversation from the council, item's over. Thank you so much. Very informative.
Thank you for having me.
Next item.
The next item is under new business. To receive a presentation from Bay Area Metro Group on local government services through Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, and the Association of Bay Area Government, ABAG.
Are they online, the presenters, or Councilmember Urbana?
Maybe we'll end early. Yeah. It's like.
I'd give you a legal answer to that, but would I be held responsible? There's a thing called the Brown Act. Maybe.
Around the sea shanties. If there's no one to present item R1, this council meeting is ended.
What are we doing? Sorry, what are we doing with R1? Are we just?
Oh.
Make a motion to continue it?
You can continue, or they can just ask to be on the next agenda whenever.
The next meeting agenda, we have budget items.
Yeah, we should hold it over after the budget item. So let's just renegotiate another time with them. Okay. And then we'll fit them in, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, this meeting is canceled.
I kind of protest. Shasha's bet me this meeting could be over by 8:30. I said, no meeting here I've ever attended has been over by 8:30. You can't let her win the bet.
Mayor, didn't we discuss earlier that we were going to get done expeditiously?
We did, but we didn't know that you would make a deal with Councilmember Bana to cancel an item so that we could.
That's how rumors get started.
Unfortunately, I did not do that.
Okay, this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you. Well done, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you. I like this. And thank you for this also.